morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm sorry I accidentally labeled your name, most or Sona's name. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
Um,
worries.
but next week I'll get it right.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I made you a co-host.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
we have William Pine here as well. And my third one's en route.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Y'all dig it too.
Good morning, Mary Ann.
Good morning, Rima. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. I see you're in the building today, right?
I sure am.
Yeah, I'll have to come out and say hi. Oh, hey, Dan, good morning.
Mary Ann, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How about you today?
Good. It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen you guys, but
Yeah, it has been. I don't like that at all.
well, I'm back. Good morning, Judge, if you're there too.
She's
Everyone.
coming out.
I'll be here if you need me.
Okay, thank you. Rima, I was just informed that there's a victim in your waiting room on the Brown matter.
Okay, is it the waiting or the meeting room, the state
Let me look.
prosecutor?
I'm looking. It looks like the waiting room.
All right, I'm gonna go in there right now. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, the problem is he's such a. Good morning, Miss Barron.
Good morning.
Hi, do you need to speak with the prosecutor on your the Pine case? Are you here for Pine as well?
Yeah, I'm here on Pine and Mowat, and
That's right.
Mowat is in custody in Washtenaw County.
Yep, okay. All right.
Yeah, that'd be great if I could talk with the prosecutor.
Okay, it's Rima. I'll put you in her waiting room.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Or I think actually it's Patricia
Oh, okay.
on Pine. Yeah,
You got it. I'll put you in her waiting room.
thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Or Patricia, you can move her around if you want, wherever you want her to go.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. This is Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. This is courtroom number 1. I'm Judge Martin. Today's docket is criminal cases only. If you are not here for a criminal case, you are in the wrong courtroom. If you're not sure, you may send a chat to court staff and they'll help you get directed to where you are supposed to be. Our first case is scheduled at 8:30. I am ready. I'm waiting for the defense attorneys to be prepared. If you're waiting for your attorney, when they arrive, we'll get you matched up with your attorney and get your case called as soon as possible. Good morning, Ms. Barron.
Good morning, Judge.
Who are you here with this morning, ma'am?
William Pine, he's in custody in Wayne County.
He's in custody. Do you know who who's assigned to Mr. Beach, who is already on screen?
Gagnick has Mr. Beach.
Do you need to speak to him first, sir?
Yes, please.
Let's get you into a breakout room with him.
Your Honor, did you want Beach or Pine first? I got them both here.
If you have them both there, Pravanchi, I'll take Pine, please, sir. Thank you. And then as soon as we get done with that, we'll get you into a breakout room with Mr. Beach, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this
Judge,
is Pine.
it'd be great if I
Thank
could get
you
a
very
breakout
much.
room. Oh, sorry.
Hello.
You need a breakout room with Mr. Pine?
I do.
Marianne will get you into one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is your attorney.
So Marianne, had I disrupted your putting people in the breakout rooms or something?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just heard defense attorneys and I thought we were ready. Where did you miss your foofy?
Good morning, Judge.
It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know, but you got me all day today.
I know, I'm so blessed and fortunate.
Thank you so much, Judge. It's good to be here.
I have the.
Is there anyone else that needs to get matched up? No, I'm looking and it looks like there's no other. This is 220835 FY, State of Michigan versus William Pine. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Mahfouz on behalf of the people, PA 2800.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, P 85265, representing Mr. Pine.
Mr. Pine, state your name for me, please, sir.
William Daniel Pine.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Ms. Barron, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I think that we can set a preliminary exam today. I did get paper discovery. I also received digital discovery, which just included photographs. I let Ms. Mandernack know that we do not have any videos, and I know that she's going to reach out and find out if any videos exist. But I think we can set an exam at this point.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P 84088. I do not believe that video exists in this case. I have received all digital discovery from my OIC, but I'm going to reach out and double check that there is no video.
Ms. Barron, even with the issue of the video, possible video being outstanding, you wish to set this matter for exam?
Yes, Judge.
That live exam date will be February the 22nd. You know what, Mary Ann?
Go out there now.
For some reason, I thought we scheduled civil stuff on the afternoon of the 22nd.
I'm checking right now.
I'm trying to look too. I thought we scheduled a couple of civil things because we can jump on and. Oh, nope, we're fine. February 22nd at 2 p.m. live here in courtroom number 1.
Thank you, Judge. And if I could be heard on bond.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, Mr. Pine is currently being held on a $20,000 10% bond, so that's $2,000 cash. For Mr. Pine, that is a de facto detention. He cannot afford that bond. He is merely being held because he can't afford the $2,000 bond. Mr. Pine does have a place to stay. He had a job before his arrest. He did lose that job, making, again, that $2,000 unaffordable for him. But he certainly intends to continue his employment as he had before his arrest. So, Judge, I would ask for a personal bond instead.
Your Honor, I have no objection to a reduction to a personal bond. I would just request that the court implement a GPS tether on respondent, or on defendant, since this is an aggravated stalking case and defendant has made multiple threats to kill the complaining witness or have other people kill the complaining witness.
And Judge, I would object to the tether, but if that's the only way for Mr. Pine to get a personal bond, we'll accept the tether. But I would just note that this was not a crime of violence. There was no actual violence involved. Mr. Pine does not have a violent record. So I don't think that is necessary to guarantee his presence in court and that he won't endanger the community.
Anything else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge.
The court will grant the defense request, amend the bond to 20,000 personal, but will adopt the request of the prosecutor and add a GPS tether for location purposes. The no contact order remains in place. Mr. Pine, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media between now and the time you appear for your exam on February 22nd. If this court receives a report from the police that you've made contact or attempt to contact the complainant in this case, the court will deem that as a violation of your bond, and you can spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pine, I will see you on the 22nd, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pine, have a going to Mr. Beach.
And then we'll get Mr. Beach in with his attorney.
Yes, ma'am. I also have Mr. Carlisle here as well.
I have him next after Mr. Beach. Thank you, Pravanchi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Your Honor, I came in specifically to make sure my computer would work. It still doesn't. There is someone else downstairs, but it seems like it can get in downstairs. I have two clients. I pretty much know what I'm doing.
Okay, we're still muted. Yep, got it.
Do you have a courtroom?
Go up there and expand it.
I mean, you have an office that you can sit in?
And then that's, you want,
Yeah, I have an office. It's just my computer's not working. Oh, gosh.
Don't apologize. Oh, that's an attorney downstairs. So we'll get Mr. Kassar.
good morning, Your
Oh,
Honor.
you know what, Mary, oh, hold on one second. Mary Ann?
Yes.
Oh, that was the file that was missing and now it's here. Mr. Kassar, did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Your Honor, thank you so much. Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to speak with the prosecutor already. I have. I'm sorry.
The answer is no.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honor. No. Yes, I have.
'Cause if
I
you-
have, Your Honor.
Okay, because if you say no, then I'll call the case and then you can start that part of the conversation. So give me, this is 230059 FY, State of Michigan versus Todd Stanford. Now your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafuf on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Raymond Kassar on behalf of Todd Stanford, who is obviously here with me on the Zoom camera.
State your name for me, Mr. Stanford.
Todd Michael Stanford.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Kassar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've spoken to the prosecutor. I'm asking the court to adjourn the PCC. I just got the discovery. It's quite lengthy. It's about 50 pages. I'm asking the court to allow us to waive the 21-day rule and schedule another PCC if the court would allow it.
How far out would you like to go, sir?
Your Honor, if we can go at least, do you only do them on Wednesdays, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, if we could go out to the, 1 minute, Your Honor, I'm sorry. If the court will allow us to go to the 15th of March, Your Honor, if that's possible. Or,
The 15th of, no, the 15th of March is fine. That's with Judge Green. We'll get a time for you. Give me one moment.
thank you, Your Honor.
Nine o'clock.
9 a.m. on Zoom, number 3, Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Kassar?
Your Honor, thank you. Good to see you again, Judge. Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
This is 230060 FY, State of Michigan versus Devin Beach. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, Devin Beach here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafuf on behalf of the people.
Brian Gagnick, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service, P64220. Your Honor, I do have discovery in this matter. Is the court able to set a preliminary examination for next week?
Not next week because I'm full, but we're looking at February 22nd at 2:30.
February 22nd at 2:30. Let me just ask my client, would that be all right if it's 2 weeks from now, sir?
I guess so. That's gonna have to work.
At 2:30, I accept.
February 22nd, 2023 at 2:30 PM, live here in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, he is held. That's the reason why I'm not making a bond argument at circuit court for a violation of probation.
Understood.
Thank you. Your
Thank
Honor,
you,
I have
sir.
another
Mr.
matter as well coming up. Is it possible to set a breakout room with Mr. Duran?
Absolutely. Mary Ann will get you into a breakout room.
Your Honor, ma'am, I have Sagittarius Carlisle on camera 1.
Thank you, sir. What attorney is assigned to Carlisle?
Your Honor, it's me, McGrady. If I may have
Do
a
you need to
breakout room
speak
with
with
Mr.
him?
Carlisle.
Absolutely.
Thank
Mary Ann
you.
will get you into a breakout room.
And Judge, whenever the court is ready, I do have 930 Joseph Moet as well, but he's in custody at the Washtenaw County Jail. So I do not think he was virtually writted for today.
How long has he been at Washtenaw? Do you know?
I could find out exactly, but I think it's just been since Monday or the weekend.
I was gonna say, I don't have a note in here, but my last note's from January 31st. And so if no one called the court to let us know, then no, we wouldn't have contacted Washtenaw, but we can see if we can get them on. If that's an effort you want the staff to try to make, I don't know if we could, or if you want to just,
Sure,
are you
yeah.
looking to adjourn maybe the PCC?
I am going to ask for another PCC date, but if the court is able to get Washtenaw on, I'd appreciate that. That'd be great.
I know that, the jails tend to be a little prickly about last minute requests. Mary Ann, I don't know if that's something we could get done this morning, or do you think that might be a stretch of an ask?
Whatever I could try.
Just wondering why nobody said anything before.
I sent an email over yesterday when I learned of it.
It might be difficult for us to get him on, so it might just really be easier to call a case and just put it over for a week.
Okay, I don't have discovery, so.
That would
Oh,
be
then that, Mary Ann, never mind. So let's do that. In 230054 FY, State of Michigan versus Joseph Moet.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafuf on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Moet.
Before the case was called, Ms. Barron, you indicated that your client's in custody in Washtenaw County,
That's right, Judge.
and you were looking to adjourn this matter for 1 week?
Judge, I am asking for another date. I would ask the people to ask for an adjournment because I don't have any discovery.
I know that guy too.
There's a pen in there for you.
Thanks.
Judge, I will send discovery to Ms. Barron in the next few minutes. So people would ask for an adjournment.
And if you're sending it now, then the question back to you, Ms. Barron, is 1 week enough, or do you want a longer adjournment?
A week is good, Judge.
We'll adjourn the PCC over to February the 15th.
9:45, Judge.
9:45. Back on Zoom, back here in number one. I guess the question becomes, do we have any idea how long Mr. Moat's expected to be in Washtenaw? Do we need to send a writ there?
Definitely, Judge, if you could please send a writ there. I know he'll be there at least until the 24th, I think, but definitely through our next court date.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else with us this morning?
No, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Shafufi, it looks like somebody's waiting for you. If you want to go into your meeting room.
Okay, I'll go in there right now. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Are we ready with Duran?
We are.
This is 210355 FY, State of Michigan versus Jacob Duran. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax on behalf of the people.
Brian Gagnon, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service P64220. Mr. Duran, introduce yourself.
State your name, sir. Mr. Duran? Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, can we set this matter for an exam? I have all the discovery I need.
Mary Ann?
March 22nd at 11:30.
11:30, we accept.
March 22nd at 11:30 a.m. live here in courtroom number one. In person, Mr. Duran, March 22nd at 11:30 a.m. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, thank you.
We'll see you on March 22nd. Have a good day, Mr. Duran. Are we ready with Terrell Ford?
Your Honor, that's my case as well. I believe I need to have a breakout room with Mr. Ford briefly.
But before that, you said your case as well. Did you have something
Yes,
else
Your
that was
Honor,
already ready?
I have 7 cases before you this morning.
Do you have something else that's ready right now?
I believe Mr. Galnet, I have received paper discovery, but I have no digital. So I guess unless the prosecutor has an update, we're asking for an adjourned PCC.
Okay, hold on one second. Let's 230034 FT, State of Michigan versus Eric Gelneck. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of the people.
Morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667. On behalf of Mr. Eric Gelnet, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Gelnet, please unmute yourself and state your name.
Eric Galnet.
Thank you. Today is the day and time for the PCC. Ms. DeMott Grady, you were saying?
I have received paper discovery. I today don't have digital.
Mr. Grady, I believe I sent it yesterday to your email, but I'm gonna double check that right now and make sure that you get it again. But I know for a fact that.
Oh, is that, I see, yep, that's the 6:23 p.m. email. I haven't, yep.
Yeah.
So that has digital in it?
Yes, it's all
Okay.
the digital.
Okay, great. Then we're prepared to set a preliminary examination on that date, on this case rather.
That live exam date will be?
March 22nd at 12 o'clock.
March 22nd, 2023 at 12 p.m. in number 1. In-person exam, March 22nd, 12 p.m. Mr. Gelnet here in person at 34th District Court, okay?
I'm currently in an inpatient rehab facility in Sharmacombe.
Yes, so Mr. Gilnet, I will set up a visit with you either before the end of the week or early next week, and we'll sort out all those details and make sure that your program knows where, you know, your dates and stuff, okay?
So it's gonna be March 22nd
22nd.
at 12 o'clock.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mott Grady?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gelnet, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Bitar, you ready with something?
Morning, Judge. No, I was going to talk to the prosecutor and help Jeff with his case. His client's in my waiting room.
Thank you. We'll get you into a breakout with the prosecutor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we should be ready on Carlisle.
Oh, before you go then, let's do Carlisle so we can get Pravanchi free. This is 230056 FY, State of Michigan versus Sagittarius Carlisle. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rebecca Futh on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Sagittarius Carlisle, who joins us via Zoom from Wayne County Jail. Mr. Carlisle, please state your name.
Sagittarius Carlisle.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Mott Grady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I do not have paper or digital discovery, so I'm requesting an adjourned probable cause conference, and I'm also requesting to address bond.
Proceed, ma'am.
Your Honor, Mr. Carlisle is 34 years old. He currently has a $20,000 10% bond. Honestly, that bond is basically a remand. It's not something that's at all affordable for him. I'm asking the court to impose a personal bond with the condition that Mr. Carlisle go to Team Jefferson so he can be connected to more supportive services.
Ms. Shafufy?
Judge, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to open this case to make a bond argument. It's not opening on my computer. I can't, it's like
So I
trying to
can
load.
just let you know, there's the two charges are receiving, concealing, and an unlawful driving away charge.
Judge, I'm sorry. I'd leave it to the court's discretion. I really don't have information to make a bond argument at the moment.
Ms. Shafufy, we're not in a rush. If you need a moment to access your file.
Judge, although I could not access the file, I was able to access a CCH for the defendant, and it appears that he has a failure to appear history. So instead of a personal bond, maybe we could do a GPS tether if it's not in place already, or like a 10% provision.
Mr. McGrady?
Yes, Your Honor. So it's already, I believe, 2,010% is the current bond. Is that correct? That's what I have on my file.
It's 2,010%, yes.
Yes. So that's, even though it is $200, that is not to Mr. Carlisle. So it's, basically a remand at this point. I would ask if the court wants to do GPS tether, I would understand that. The thought around going to Team Jefferson, right, is that he will have a stable place to be, and I will be able to remain in contact with him as we work on this case.
Court will grant the request to modify the bond to personal, 2,000 personal, with Mr. Carlisle being released to Team Jefferson. And then the adjourned PCC date will be
February 15th at 10:15.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'm in trial before Judge Bradley Cobb starting on the 15th.
February 22nd at 9 o'clock.
And
February 22nd at 9 a.m. and that will be with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2, which means live PCC.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have another trial scheduled in front of Wanda Evans. It might get adjourned, but I won't know until tomorrow whether it's being adjourned. And then I'm out the next week. So the 8th is my soonest date of March.
March 22nd at 9 o'clock, Judge.
There's nothing on March 8th?
Let me double check.
Thank God. Childs for seeing the camera.
Yes, at 9:30.
March 8th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing else from defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carlisle with Judge Green on March the 8th. Thank you, Pravanchi.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
You too, sir. This is 194419 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Marquise Davis. May I have your appearances, please?
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Davis. With my apologies, my technical matters have been fixed by your fine staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Mahfouz on behalf of the people.
Mr. Davis, state your name for me, please, sir.
My name is Marquise Davis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we wish to set this for a final pretrial in which the complainant must appear.
That date will be
February 15th at 10:15.
February 15th at 10:15. Back here on Zoom in number 1. Anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, I'll see you back here next week at 10:15 a.m. back on Zoom. Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Marquise. See you next week. I'll be better
All
then.
right. Yes, sir. You have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mike Grady, are you ready with Mr. Hall? You're muted, ma'am. Mr. Mike Grady? You're muted, ma'am. Let's try somebody else. Mr. Kujar, if we get Miss Iverson on, I'll get your case called.
Oh, she's not on? Okay, sorry, Judge. I don't know if she.
Hold on 1 second. Nope, I don't see her.
Okay, we were just asking to set a final pretrial. I don't know if you're willing to do that with waiving her presence.
Why would I waive her presence?
Okay, I'll call her right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge.
Mr. Kaziak, I'm gonna go into the breakout room with the defense counsel. You can handle the PCCs, right?
Yep, that'd be work out perfect.
Oh, here she is. This is
Megan, don't be driving though. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I'm not calling a case because she's.
Oh, I'm
talking.
sorry.
Sorry, it was muted. I'm new to this. We just had to get something from my son's school
Okay,
project.
just don't be driving and just stay on mute. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is 230014 SM, State of Michigan versus Megan Ibbotson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Keith, people, PA 2114.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jamil Kuja appearing on behalf of Megan Ibbotson.
Ma'am, unmute yourself, state your name for the record.
Megan Ibbotson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. For purpose of arraignment, what say you, sir?
We'd waive reading and stay on mute.
And for bond, there was a recommendation from law enforcement that her bond be set at 5,000, 10%.
Judge, she's appeared, we appeared before. And I thought the court had set a personal bond last time we appeared. But if not, I would ask the court to set a personal bond. There's no, it's not a violent offense. She's appeared on her own, retained constant.
Thank you. When you appeared last time, it's with Judge Green, and her notes in the file indicate that the arraignment and pretrial were both adjourned.
Oh,
This
okay.
court will set bond at 5,000, 10%. Your client did appear this morning, and as you indicated, has retained you. For purposes of pretrial, have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
I did, Judge. She just asked that we set the matter for a final pretrial where she will would subpoena the complaining witness, or at least try to make contact with them.
Final pretrial with complainant to appear will be set for
February 15th at 10:30.
February 15th at 10:30 a.m. Back here on Zoom, back here with me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Have a good day, Judge. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Middleton.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm good. I haven't seen your attorney yet, but I have your file ready. When Ms. Epsworth appears, we'll get you matched with her, get your case called, and get you on your way. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Mays, are you ready with Ms. Rich?
I am, Your Honor.
This is 230004FY. This is State of Michigan versus Amber Rich. May I have your appearance, please?
And good morning, Your Honor. My case for the people, PA 2114.
And William Mays on behalf of Ms. Rich. Ms. Rich, unmute yourself and state your name, please.
Amber Rich.
Thank you.
And-
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
I'm sorry, there's something weird that what happened in this matter. Though your client was arraigned, it does not appear in the file that bond was actually set.
I think it was supposed to be personal recognizance. This is a refile. So she's already gone through the whole process previously with an OWI that was dismissed, and then it was picked up by the state.
Thank you for that clarification. Like I said, I'm looking in the file and I saw the arraignment, but there's no bond. So
Right.
just for going forward purposes, the bond is 5,000 personal.
Thank you, Judge.
This matter is set for PCC this morning. How are we proceeding with the PCC, Mr. Mays?
We're going to schedule the preliminary examination, Your Honor.
That live exam date will be March the
22nd at 12:30.
Thank you,
March
Marianne.
22.
March 22nd.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, March 22nd at 12:30, Marianne.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Live here in the courthouse, courtroom number 1, Ms. Rich. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too, Mr. Mays. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too, Judge.
Oh, Mr. Mays,
Yes.
I'm going to keep forgetting things. Unattached to the front of the file was a request for fingerprints. The court is signing that. Please have your client present herself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety.
Okay, we'll do that.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Mr. Mays. You already know what I'm going to say next. Because we scheduled this matter for preliminary examination, this court wants to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, wouldn't know anything about Ms. Rich's case or have any impact on this court's rulings in this matter. That being the case, Mr. Mays, do you still wish to have that exam with this court on March the 22nd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that really does now conclude the matter. Good to see you, Mr. Mays. Ms.
Good to
Rich,
see you
have a good
too.
day.
Thanks.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Mott Grady,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you ready with Mr. Hall?
Yes, we are.
This is 220837FT. This is State of Michigan versus Clarence Hall. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My case for the people.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Clarence Hall, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Hall, will you please state your name?
Clarence Hall.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Mott Grady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're requesting to set a preliminary examination date And if the court is available,
Live exam. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
I apologize. The March 22nd date would work well for me.
March 22nd, 2023 at 1 p.m. Live hearing number 1. Mr. McGrady, discovery is complete in this matter?
I've received both paper and digital. If there's anything missing, I will contact the court and the prosecutor, obviously.
And thank you, ma'am. The other thing is that, as in the previous case, Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about Mr. Hall's case that is scheduled today, and he has no impact on this court's ruling in these matters. Knowing that, ma'am, do you still wish to proceed with the exam on March the 22nd at 1 p.m.?
Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Hall?
Absolutely. You want to go back into a breakout room with him?
Please, thank you.
Marianne will get you back into a breakout room. When you pop back out, I'll recall the case. In the meantime, Mr. Bitar, do you have anything ready?
Yes, Judge, Heaven Taylor.
This is 2-3-BL-00064 ASM, State of Michigan versus Heaven Taylor. Your appearance, please.
Daniel Bitar on behalf of Ms. Taylor, Your Honor. She's present on Zoom.
And good morning, Your Honor. Rima Akruf on behalf of the people.
Ms. Taylor, state your name for me, please. Mr. Bitar.
Judge, she was here. Prosecutor is moving to dismiss this case. She has insurance now.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Case is dismissed. If she pops back on, we'll advise her of same.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fufi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marianne, could I go into a breakout room with Kylie Brown?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is 2-3-0-0-1-7 FY, State of Michigan versus Poe. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. My case at people, P2114.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Madam Clerk Jonathan Roberts, P86428, on behalf of Ms. Tatiana Poe. Ms. Poe, could you please state your name for the court?
Hello, I'm Tatiana Poe.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Roberts, how are we proceeding?
We can set a preliminary examination date if that works for Your Honor. We are still missing digital discovery, but I've been coordinating with Mr. Kazak offline, so I think we can resolve that by the exam date.
Okay, 2 things before we schedule the exam, Mr. Roberts. If this court sets a live exam date and discovery is not complete, that lack of discovery will not be a basis to adjourn that exam further, understood?
Yes, if we still don't have discovery, I would be filing, a motion to compel discovery or dismiss at that point. I don't know how Your Honor handles those, but we can address that.
Okay, that's number 1. And then number 2 is Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know that Ms. Poe's case is scheduled for this morning and has no impact on this court's ruling. After that disclosure has been made, Mr. Roberts, do you still wish to have an exam scheduled with this court in this matter?
If I could get a breakout room with Ms. Poe, I don't want to make that decision on her behalf.
Absolutely. My secretary will get you moved into a breakout room, and while you're gone, we'll get the case recalled for Clarence Hall, 220837 FD.
Thank you.
Mr. McGrady. Mr. McGrady.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Hall
No worries.
did not come into the breakout room, but I did just call him and was able to speak with him. And yes, we're proceeding with your honor.
I will see you and Mr. Hall here in person on March the 22nd at 1 p.m., ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Have a good, you're not having a good day because you have 3 more with me. Thank you.
I'm here though.
Mr. Hall just popped back into the waiting room.
Okay, I can, you can just let him know that he's. So Mr. Hall, where did he go?
I'm bringing him back out.
Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, can you hear me?
Hello?
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
you're all set, sir. Mr. McGrady advised me that she's spoken with you. Your exam will be here in person in courtroom number 1 on March the 22nd at 1 p.m., okay?
Okay.
You're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
And your honor, may I have a breakout room with Mr. Ford?
Absolutely.
And just to also
And
ask
ma'am-
the court, you said that Attorney Epps Ward was on a case?
She's on 2 cases. She is on Amanda Barton, who is in custody, and she is on Zachary Middleton, who is in custody, and they are both here now on the screen. They're here in this court's virtual session. So if you can send a chat to her or.
Yes, so Miss Epps Ward actually did leave NDS, and I'm gonna look up right now and figure out which attorney is assigned to those cases.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Upshaw, I'm just looking for Mr. Cooper. When he appears, I'll get that case called so you can get on with your day, sir. What? Mr. Forrest?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll get you moved into a breakout room. And sir, if you put your P number on so the clerks won't take you in as a defendant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm gonna be going to that breakout room, the meeting room.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Cohen.
Good morning.
What are you here for, sir?
Zachary Middleton, who's there in custody here on County Jail.
Are you also, will you also be with Miss Barton?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. Is that another client?
That's another client that was with Miss Epps Ward, but we'll get you into the breakout room with Mr. Middleton.
Okay, if you give me a first name, I can check in our system who might be representing Ms. Barton.
Amanda Barton.
Amanda, okay.
Mr. McGrady was checking on it as well, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
No problem, thanks. I think that's Alyssa Segura, just looking at it.
Thank you. This is 230016 SM, State of Michigan versus Kylie Brown. May I have your appearance, please?
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
It's Kylie Brown.
Your Honor, today's a date and time set for pretrial.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, the prosecutor on this case is?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, my case is for the people, PA 214.
Thank you. Today's
My
a time
apologies,
set
Your
for the pretrial.
Honor.
That's okay, Mr. Bowditch, you were starting to say?
Yes, it is a date and time set for pretrial, Your Honor. I've met with the defendant. I've met with prosecution. We have an executed plea agreement subject to court approval in which Ms. Brown would be pleading to the charge of assault and battery with the understanding the matter would be taken under aversionary status 771 for a period of 6 months, and she would attend an anger management class. Upon successful completion and all the other court wishes, the matter would be considered for dismissal.
Ms. Brown, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you've given this matter will be the truth, the whole
You're
truth,
frozen,
and nothing
Judge.
but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. What did you say, Mr. Bowditch?
I said you were frozen there for a couple seconds, Your Honor.
Don't say that. That's not good. Ms. Brown, you were able to speak to Mr. Bowditch this morning?
Yes,
about
ma'am.
the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the sole count in this matter, assault and battery?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 6, 2023 in Huron Township, you committed assault and battery upon Catherine Reeves?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Prosecutor?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of assault and battery. As previously indicated by Mr. Bowditch, the sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. During that time, you will complete an anger management class. You will pay costs of $500. You will incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan. So as long as you complete all of the terms that the court just placed on the record, the matter will be reviewed for administrative dismissal. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that $500?
No.
Anything else on behalf of the people in this matter?
Not to the people. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You can go online and make that payment. You can pay it in person, or you can mail it to the court. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Brown.
This is a recall of 230017 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Poe. The court already has your appearances. Mr. Roberts, you went into a breakout room to talk to your client about this matter. Are we ready to proceed with the scheduling of the exam?
So based on that conversation, we'd actually be requesting a fee date so that we can have the digital file.
You're breaking up, Mr. Roberts. You're actually requesting.
We're going to be requesting a adjourned PCC date just so we can confirm receipt of the digital discovery. But Ms. Poe did mention, just for the record, no objection to Your Honor presiding over the preliminary examination once we get to that phase.
How long of an adjournment do you need for the PCC, sir?
I don't think it would take more than a week just to get those digital files.
We'll adjourn the PCC. Go ahead, sir.
I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt, Your Honor. It's just that with the delay with Zoom sometimes so I do apologize. I have requested the digital materials, so I'll make sure that Mr. Roberts gets those promptly.
Thank you. We'll adjourn the PCC over to Marianne. Is there still space next week on the 15th?
One more spot at 10:30.
February 15, 2023 at 10:30, back here on Zoom, back with me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Roberts?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. I will see you next week. Ms. Poe, good luck to you. I'll see you on the 15th.
Thank you.
This is 22 RP 01 895 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Mary. Is it Keats?
That's correct, Judge.
Yes, you actually said it correct. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Exus on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Keats. Judge,
I'm sorry. I was out of sheets.
Oh, okay. Judge, I was just appointed on this case. I need to get discovery from the prosecutor's office. Rima, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. There's paper and digital, I think, and we're asking for a pre-trial at a later date. And if it's good for the court, I can do March 8th. That's Judge Green doing the state docket that day.
March 8th at what time, Mary Ann?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock in number 3 with Judge Green. Discovery requested. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're back in court on March the 8th at 10 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green. Have a good day.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to be leaving.
Oh, Mr. Bowditch. Good
Thank
to
you,
see you,
Judge.
sir. Have a good day.
Good morning, Judge. This is Melita Bear. Can I check in on Brian Gilson?
Good morning, Miss Garrett. Is your client here?
Well, Judge, he was in jail and he should be at the courthouse. He was a little mixed up in terms of where he was supposed to be. So he should be actually physically there.
If he is physically here, we have a Zoom courtroom, a Zoom room downstairs that they'll put him in. If we see him, we'll get you matched up in a breakout room with him and get the case called so you can get on with your day, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Miss Seguro.
Yes, good morning. I am actually here on behalf of Amanda Barton in replace of the original attorney Roe Epsford.
Have you spoken to Miss Barton yet this morning?
I spoke to her yesterday.
This is 201. This is 2000116 FY, State of Michigan versus Amanda Barton. May I have your appearances, please?
Michael Krizak for the people, Your Honor, PA 2114.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Miss Barton, P86432.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Amanda Barton.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Segura, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I would like to adjourn the PCC if possible. One, I don't have all of the discovery in this matter. I did send an email to APA Rima yesterday. I was unsure as to who exactly was the prosecutor on the case, as I was just assigned to it recently. And also too, I believe Miss Barton is being sentenced on another case in March 16th. So we were just hoping that we can set this back a little bit so that we have a better understanding of what's going on with the other cases.
Are you looking for a date after the sentencing on the 16th?
Preferably the exam after the 16th, but if the court is unable to do so, at least adjourn the PCC so we have time to get discovery prior to setting that exam date.
Well, the court is happy to schedule an exam today, but with discovery not being complete, if we set an exam date, the lack of discovery will not be the basis to adjourn the exam. So you tell me how you wish to proceed this morning.
Then I would like to adjourn the PCC so we have an opportunity to get all of the discovery.
Okay, so that's part one. Part two is, do you want that PCC still adjourned out quite a bit, or do you want it adjourned 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
2 weeks is fine, Your Honor.
That adjourn date in 2 weeks will be
March
February 22nd at
9 o'clock.
at 9 a.m. That will be in number 2, live with Chief Judge Oakley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything
And
else on behalf of the,
sorry, I just wanted to ask if I should send the discovery request to Mr. Kazak, or if the email sent earlier to AP Rima was sufficient.
That's sufficient. I mean, that's fine. We'll make sure you get it.
Thank you.
Yep.
anything else on behalf of the people?
Enough for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Barton?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Barton, have a good day, ma'am.
You too, thank you.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Are we ready on Terrell Ford? Mr. Upshaw, any luck in finding Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, I've called Mr. Cooper. He's not answering his phone. I know he's in New York. I don't understand because he's, is it any way possible I can have another date if I don't get him in the next half an hour?
Okay, we'll wait, and I'll call the case about, you said a half an hour, so I'll call it just about 10-ish.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mr. Forrest. This is 230005 FY, State of Michigan versus Daryl Barton. May I have your appearances, please?
And good morning, Your Honor. My case for the people, PA 2114.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Daryl Barton, who I believe is present via Zoom.
Yes, Mr. I'm here. Good morning. Unmute yourself. State your name for me, sir.
Good morning, Daryl Barton, the second.
Thank you. Mr. Forrest, today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Judge, we'd ask the court to set a preliminary exam date next week if the court's available.
The court is not available next week. Mr. Forrest, is discovery complete in this matter?
We are still awaiting video. We do have paper discovery.
This court's next exam date is March the 22nd. When discovery is not complete and the defendant requests an exam date, sir, the lack of receipt of the discovery material will not be a basis for an adjournment of the exam. The March the 22nd at what time, Marianne?
1:30.
Live exam on March the 22nd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Live here in courtroom number 1 with me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything
Thank you,
else,
Judge.
Mr. Forrest? Thank
No,
you.
Your Honor.
Mr. Barton, I will see you here in courtroom number 1 on March the 22nd, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You too.
Thank you, sir. This is 220739FD, State of Michigan versus Zachary Middleton. Your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. My case for the people, PA 214.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing by Zoom with Mr. Middleton, who should also be present by Zoom from the Huron County Jail. But I actually don't see him here.
He was just here. Marianne.
I'm bringing him out, Judge.
I see him. He's just in the breakout room, Mr. Cohen.
Got it.
This is,
Yeah, this hit dial in or Wi-Fi.
Mr. Middleton, state your name for me, sir.
Zachary Middleton.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the adjourned PCC. Mr. Cohen, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, I have paper discovery and digital discovery. I guess the only thing I don't have, which may not be an issue if the people aren't going to be trying to put it in, would be medical records of the complainant, the other individual involved in the accident.
Okay, Kiara Holmes.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who that is.
I saw who it was. Thank you. Mr. Kaziak, are you aware of?
Your Honor, if we have those, I'm sure we can get those to them. I don't believe they would be necessary for the preliminary exam, however.
That's fine, Your Honor. I think in that case, we can go ahead and set the exam.
Mr. Cohen, before we do, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Middleton's case and has no input or impact on this court's decisions in these matters. That disclosure having been made, sir, do you still wish to schedule an exam in this courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that would be fine.
That exam date will be
March 22nd at 2 o'clock.
If I may
March
just,
22nd.
yep, that date works just fine. It's completely clear. What time?
2 p.m., sir. March
All
the 22nd at 2 p.m. Mr. Milton, I will see you at that time. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything
for the
else on
defense.
behalf of the, thank you. Mr. Middleton, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
Ms. Robinson, are we ready with Henry Ford? Ready, Judge. This is 230057 FY, State of Michigan versus Henry Ford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. My case at the people.
And good morning, if it may please the court, Sarah Robinson, P63181 for Mr. Henry Ford.
Mr. Ford, state your name for me, please, sir.
Henry James Ford.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Ms. Robinson, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I received discovery this morning. I have not had a chance to review it or disperse it to my client. We would like to go forward to exam. I understand the court's next day is March 22nd. However, I'm not available on that day. Is there another day after that, Judge?
That next day will be the 29th, but Ms. Robinson, before we schedule the exam, I'm sure you've heard me say already this morning that when discovery is not complete and exam is requested, the lack of receipt of discovery will not be the basis for an adjournment in this matter. That's number one. Number two, I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make the disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about Mr. Ford's case, and has no impact on this court's rulings in these matters. Those two statements having been made, Ms. Robinson, two parts. Do you still wish to have an exam scheduled, and do you wish to have it scheduled in this courtroom?
Yes, I would like an exam scheduled in this courtroom.
That live exam date will be March the 29th, 2023.
I'm not available.
I thought you said the 22nd.
I'm not available, Your Honor. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
I'm not either. All the judges have set all the jury trials that have been bunching up since 2020 on me. So I'm in trial almost, it's going to smooth out, but not quite yet.
I was advised of that last week, that those cases were being scheduled, and this court only would have our regular prosecutors on Wednesday. So I have the 22nd and the 29th of March, and then my next exam dates will be May the 3rd and May the 10th. If that's any better.
May the 3rd, Judge. May 3rd.
May 3rd are we starting at 11:30, Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
May the 3rd at 11:30 a.m. excuse me, here in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to address a bond condition. My client, of course, I wasn't present at the arraignment. He indicated that there was a curfew for him as part of his tether. His tether agent has indicated that he's on house arrest. I don't know what the court ordered. I wasn't there. I'm relying on what my client told me. If it is indeed house arrest, I'd like to make an argument to change to a curfew.
Ms. Robinson, the arraignment was done as an out-of-county weekend arraignment, and I'm looking at the pretrial release order, and it does indicate house arrest. I'm not sure why that would be. Any objection to
Judge, I'd
lifting
like-
that house arrest?
Your Honor, I don't have any objection at this time. I leave it at the discretion of the court.
Ms. Robinson, I interrupted you. My apologies. You were saying something else?
I was getting ahead of myself. So I believe my request has already been granted.
It has been, ma'am. We'll make the notation. My secretary will update the PTO. The exam is scheduled for May the 3rd here in person, Mr. Ford, courtroom number 1 at 11:30 on May the 3rd. That concludes this matter. Mr. Henry Ford, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bitar, you ready with something?
Yes, Judge, I'm ready on Imani Wells.
And Your Honor, we're also
2-1.
ready on Terrell Ford.
Oh, you know what? Thank you, ma'am. I thought I had them stuck together. 230058 FY State of Michigan versus Terrell Ford. Your appearances, please.
Hey, good morning, Mike. Please have the people.
Morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Gray, DP 83667 on behalf of Mr. Terrell Ford, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Ford, please state your name.
Terrell James Ford.
Your Honor, I have not.
Today is the day.
I was just gonna say, I have not received discovery yet. I'm requesting an adjourned PCC. If the court is available that March 8th date that we set Carlisle on, that would work well for me.
Did you say, I flipped my calendar over. You said March the what?
March 8th.
March 8th is with Judge Green.
It's my first available date, so that's fine.
No, that's fine. March the 8th at what time, Marianne?
10 o'clock.
March the 8th at 10 a.m. back on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Ford?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, March 8th, 10 a.m. with Judge Green. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. This is 210849 SM State of Michigan versus Imani Wells. May I have your appearances, please?
And Michael, please have the people, Your Honor.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Daniel Bitar on behalf of Imani Wells. Ms. Wells, can you state your name for the judge, please?
Imani Wells.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
Judge, just picking up this case today, I'll need discovery, Mr. Kazak. If it's okay with the court, I'd ask you to set up for a final pretrial on March 8th where the complainant must appear.
And I have no objection to that, Your Honor, and I will get Mr. Bitar the discovery on this matter.
March 8th, 2023 at
10:15.
At 10:15 in number 3, back on Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, you're back here on March the 8th on Zoom at 10:15 in number 3 with Judge Green. You have some other matters scheduled on March the 13th. That concludes this matter. Ms. Wells, you're free to go.
Wait, you said what's on March 13th?
You have some other matters scheduled for arraignment pretrial on March the 13th. A driving while license suspended, a registration or plate violation, and no proof of insurance.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Were you aware of those?
No, I ain't got nothing in the mail for that.
Then, Ms. Wells, what I'll do is, I'm telling you now, I'll put them on the side. I don't have the time here, but you can go online to the court's website And you can check the time on those, or you can call the court and check the time on those. I just don't know the time. They give me the date, but not the time.
Okay. What courthouse am I calling or looking at?
34th District Court. You can go online. It's MI 34th District Court.com.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? You're welcome. Have a good day, ma'am.
You too.
Thank you.
Judge,
This
whenever you're
is
ready.
2-3.
I'm sorry, I was ready on Gilson. Sorry, Judge.
No, Ms. Barrett, I have one that's before you, Mr. Cooper, and then Mr. Gilson's next in my pile.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is 230036 FY, State of Michigan versus Lamont Cooper. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm with P6 People, PA 2114.
And good morning, Your Honor. Randall Upshaw, P number 43574 on behalf of Mr. Cooper. We waive the formal reading, stand mute to the charge.
Thank you. There is a recommendation from law enforcement that Mr. Cooper's bond be set at $20,000, 10%. Your comment as to bond in this matter, Mr. Upshaw.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I've been representing Mr. Cooper for months on this case. It was myself that contacted law enforcement, and this charge, we've been in constant contact with the prosecutor's office. And when we started the proceedings for forfeiture, 2 or 3 months later, whatever, they called and they decided to make this charge. With all due respect, Your Honor, he is retained counsel since this happened back in
April of last year.
And I've been in constant contact with the officers and the prosecutor's office. Matter of fact, if you look on it, we made arrangements for this AOI, and the officer agreed to have Mr. Cooper do it on Zoom. Your Honor, I would ask for a personal bond. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Upshaw, this court's concern is that Mr. Cooper was an hour late for court this morning. So it makes the court concerned that he's not taking this matter as seriously as it should be taken. That being said, did the people take any position on bond?
Your Honor, I do think at least some form of cash bond is appropriate. Your Honor, the defendant has multiple out-of-state ties, given both, it looks like, in from Buffalo and Erie County. So that's a concern for the people as well. Although these are older cases that he had open with those in those jurisdictions, I do think that some form of cash bond is appropriate given the charges and the defendant's out-of-state contacts.
Anything else, Mr. Upshaw?
Anything else would be repetitive. I just think he had failed to set his clock because he was working midnights. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Over the prosecutor's objection, the court will set the bond in this matter at $10,000 personal. And then for purposes of PCC, Mr. Upshaw, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would ask to set a new PCC. A PCC to give me a chance to talk with the prosecutor.
How far out, sir? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
3 weeks would be great, Your Honor.
3 weeks puts us on 1, 2, 3, March the 1st, 2023 at
9:15.
At 9:15.
Judge, I apologize. Yes, 9:15, March 1st. Thank you very much.
That's with Judge Oakley live in courtroom number 2.
And
anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Upshaw, I cut you off. You were starting to say?
Yes, I would need Mr. Kazak to send me the digital discovery. I have paper, I do not have digital.
Yes, looks like all that's been uploaded, so I'll send that to Mr. Upshaw right now.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Upshaw?
No, and thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, March the 1st, 9:15 a.m. with Chief Judge Oakley, sir. Have a good day.
Judge,
Sir?
I apologize for being late. I got twins and I have to pick them up at 6 in the morning, and I got them both with me right now.
Mr.
Mr.
Cooper, she
I
understands.
appreciate that, sir.
I'm sorry.
He's
Thank you.
fine,
Have a good
Mr.
day,
Upshaw. You too. Mr. Cooper, have a good day.
You too, man.
This is Thank you. This is 230053 FY State of Michigan versus Brian Gilson. May I have your appearances, please?
And Michael Kizak, the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge. Melita Barrett on behalf of Brian Gilson. Judge, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Gilson about his right to a preliminary exam probable cause hearing, and he wants to waive his rights, and he's present on video.
I'm sorry, he wants to waive his exam?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Gilson, state your name for me, please, sir.
My name is Brian Edward Gilson II.
Thank you. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Ms. Barrett, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, that's correct.
Sir, you also understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that there was probable cause to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after talking to Ms. Barrett, you wish to waive your right to have that preliminary examination?
Yes, I do.
And sir, you're waiving that right freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And because you appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the court file. Ms. Barrett, do you authorize the court to execute the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Any objection to the waiver by the—
People have no objection to the waiver, Your Honor.
Thank you. The waiver is now signed on behalf of the defendant. The next step in these proceedings will be an arraignment on the information, which will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on February the 22nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Mr. Gilson's previously entered bond of $5,000 personal will continue along with any conditions related to that bond. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Half of the people, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett, for your patience this morning. Mr. Gilson, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you as well.
Have a good day, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mr. Shan, good morning, sir. I didn't see you pop on.
Good morning, Your Honor.
This is 190365 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Gregory Johnson.
David Shan, on behalf of Gregory Johnson, Your Honor, who's appearing via Zoom. Greg, can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Gregory Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Shan. This case is in warrant status. The court will recall the warrant. And for purposes of arraignment, what say you, sir?
The defendant will stand mute, Your Honor, and waive formal reading of the charges.
Thank you. This is a OWI from January of 2019. Any comment as to bond in this matter, Mr. Shan?
Your Honor, it was a horrible accident, obviously 4 years ago, and he was in the Eisenhower Center for a long time with closed head injuries and multiple physical injuries. He completed Dawn Farm inpatient residential treatment, 90 days. He's in transitional housing in Ann Arbor now with Dawn Farm. He just got a job. He started last Monday, and he's doing really well. But it took a while for him to be able mentally and physically to come back to the court and to address these charges, which is the reason why we're here now.
Mr. Johnson's bond will be set at 5,000 personal. Mr. Johnson, you don't need to post any money, sir, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
I have not, Your Honor.
Would you like to speak to Mr. Kazak or Ms. Yafufi?
If I would like to have, now that I know that Mr. Kazak is going to be prosecuting this case, I would like an opportunity to give him more background about what happened with Greg and then where he is now. So if we could just get another.
Oh, I was going to say, let's get you into a breakout room, but if you'd rather just have another date, I can do that as well.
Please, because I've got a ton of paper and information and everything that I'd like to get to Mr. Kazak so he can get the whole picture about what actually happened here.
Let's put this pretrial actually over to how far out do you want to go, Mr. Shan?
A month would be fine.
1, 2, 3, 4 puts us on March the 8th.
Let me just check and make sure I don't have. No, March the 8th will be fine as long as it's at 10 o'clock.
Let's see what time Judge Green has available.
That will work.
At 10 a.m. on March the 8th, back on Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Enough for the people. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Shan?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, March 8th at 10 a.m. with Judge Green, back on Zoom. Have a good day and good luck to you, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, I keep looking at you. I'm not sure. Have you spoken to an attorney regarding your case?
No, I have not.
Mr. McGrady?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jeffrey Lee was scheduled at 9:15. In our files, it just says NDS. Is there any way you can verify who?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is?
Yes, I can definitely check that. I'm on my way to circuit court right now, but I'll be parked in about 5 minutes and I'll check right then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Didn't hurt. Didn't hurt. Did we? What happened to Den? Oh. wait a minute.
Yep, there she go.
Good morning. Maybe not. Mary Ann, I'm gonna say those words that I know you don't want me to say.
Don't.
I'm not. I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna put our exams. I'm gonna figure out. I. Why
Your
do
Honor.
I have to hide? Mr. McGrady?
In our record, it says it's Attorney Brian Gagnick, and I will reach out to him right now.
Thank you so very much. And when you're ready with DeAndre McDay?
Yes, as soon as I get in front of my computer.
I know
again,
you're
I'll
in
be there.
transition. Yep.
Thank you.
DeAndre McDay is present.
Mr. Gagnick, there is a Jeffrey Lee here.
Yes,
You
Your
need to
Honor.
speak to him.
Yes, please.
We'll get you into a breakout room.
Thanks again.
It's web interfaces. The UI issue.
Mary Ann, I see your message.
Everything's web these days. The whole point, you can look at it anyway.
So, Mary Ann, so are we adjourning this based on that?
I'm guessing yes, because he was scheduled earlier. So yeah, I think so.
It's sitting here with me right now, and that's why I'm wondering if there was a it had nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
But if we put it over a week, will that give time for notice to be sent?
I doubt it.
Oh,
Don't you think?
well,
Well, that's not, I got the map. That's it. You want bigger ice span, I think that's 70.
Ms. DeMott Grady's in transition. There's another NDS attorney waiting. I'm gonna step off for a moment so I can clarify that with you, Mary Ann, but then I'll be right back out to get these last few. Mr. Carmen, any chance that your client is with you?
Good morning, Your Honor. No, actually, I have not been able to reach him at the phone number provided.
I am looking and I don't see, there's nobody by that name in our breakouts. There's no unidentified persons here. Mr. Meadows was scheduled just at 10. I usually wait 15 minutes after. We still have some other stragglers from the morning. If you want to, we can wait a little bit longer. He does have some previous failures to appear, so you tell me how you wish to proceed.
Your Honor, the last time I was assigned to his case, he also failed to appear. The number provided for me went straight to a voicemail of, I think, someone named Danny. So, Judge, your guess is as good as mine, honestly.
So, okay, well, Mr. Meadows, I'm sorry, Mr. Carmen, it's up to you. I can call the case now and whatever, or we can wait. There are 4 other cases still hanging around from this morning's docket. And you want to wait to see if he appears before the end of the docket? You tell me.
You know what? Sure. Let's, I don't mind waiting if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. McDay, I see that you've sent some communication to my staff. I'd ask that you wait until you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. McGrady before you say anything, okay?
And and it's hard to edit on the IMAX after the fact.
I will wait till I can speak to Ms. DeMont Grady.
So what I would do is I would.
Thank you, sir.
Keyboard.
Are we ready with Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe
This is 190210FY, State of Michigan versus Jeffrey Lee. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. My case people.
Brian Gagnick, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service, P64220.
State your name for me, please, Mr. Lee.
Jeffrey Ali.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Gagnick, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have been speaking with Ms. Yafufi, and she was willing to offer a use. Is Mr. Kazak able to offer a use? My client is preliminary exam.
And that's correct, Your Honor. We would be offering to reduce the original charge in exchange for the defendant pleading guilty to the lesser charge of use of a controlled substance.
So yes, Your Honor, he'd accept, and he'd like to waive his preliminary exam.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gagnick, you're breaking up. You said.
Accept his waiver of his preliminary exam.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had an opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
You also understand that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having that conversation with your attorney, you wish to waive your right to have that examination.
Yes.
And sir, are you waiving that examination freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promise anything?
No.
And because, sir, you appear on Zoom and not in person, there's not a signed waiver. Mr. Gagnick, do you give the court permission to execute the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Kazak?
I have no objection. I just want to ask for clarification. Is Mr. Lee waiving his exam or is he accepting the plea offer?
He wants to take the plea offer. I thought procedurally we had to go through the exam.
Oh, there was a breakup in the communication. The plea is what? I'm sorry.
The plea is reducing the original charge from controlled substance possession of methamphetamine down to controlled substance use of methamphetamine, a 1-year misdemeanor.
He wants to take that.
I completely missed that part. So let's try it again. We are Mr. Lee, is it true that on July 1st, 2018, in the city of Romulus, you did knowingly or intentionally use a controlled substance, that being methamphetamine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gagné, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, thank you. I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Mr. Kazak, satisfied?
The people are satisfied with the factual basis, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, if I could ask just one follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lee, is the controlled substance you use the substance of methamphetamine?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. People are satisfied.
Thank you. The court will refer the matter to probation for PSI. And Mr. Lee, the probation department, this court's probation department will use the phone number and email address that you verify to be in communication with you to schedule an interview. They are the ones that will make a sentence recommendation to the court. Then we will schedule the matter to have you come back for sentencing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, I will see you when your sentencing is scheduled, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a wonderful day, okay?
You as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Bitar, did you have some?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is my client to contact the 24-2600 number for probation, or will he be contacted by your court?
He'll be contacted by our court, correct, Marianne?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bitar, did you have something else?
No, Judge, I didn't see anything else left on the docket. I was just wondering if you wanted me to stick around.
I'm happy for you to stick around as long as you want. The only other misdemeanor we had was with Mr. Tuttles, and I haven't seen he or his client this morning.
Judge, Mr. Tuttles was currently here like 5 minutes ago. He said he would zoom in because he had to be in another courtroom, but he would be zooming in shortly.
He was here physically in the building?
He was.
Why didn't
And
you
then he
just
disappeared.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That answers that question, Mr. Bitar. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll take off and I'll see you next time, Judge.
Sounds good. Have a good day.
Marianne, have a good day. Rima, thank you for everything. Mike, too.
Thank you. See you next time.
Thank you.
Mr. Carmen, this is 220208FY. This is State of Michigan versus Matthew Meadows.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Ray Carmen, P73824 on behalf of the defendant.
And Michael Kazak, Your Honor, PA2114.
This matter was scheduled for a PCC this morning at 10 o'clock. It is now 10:26 by this court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear. Mr. Carmen previously indicated that he had not been in communication with the defendant. Is that correct, Mr. Carmen?
That's correct, Your Honor. The number that was provided on my appointment sheet, I did call it a couple times. It went right to a voicemail of someone named Danny. So I have not been able to get a hold of him with the number that I was given.
Mr. Kazak?
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask the court to issue a capias or alternatively to wait the, I believe it's the 48 hours and issue a capias at that time.
Based on the defendant's failure to appear, capias will issue in this matter. Bond will be $5,000, 10%. Should he present himself to the court before that 48-hour period has expired, the court will reset the matter. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Carmen?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Kazak.
Mr. Kazak, we also had 220820FY, State of Michigan versus Franklin Denhart. The matter was scheduled for a PCC at 9:15 a.m. Mr. Denhart did communicate to the court yesterday that he had another unrelated matter that may result in him being unavailable this morning.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you see have appointed counsel on the case or?
Yes.
He was, oh, Mr. McGrady?
Yes.
For Mr.
I was
Denhart?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have
Yes.
any note of that. Okay.
Well, I mean, unless there's if somebody else has entered an appearance, but we were appointed and I was assigned that case.
Any information regarding his ability to appear this morning?
Judge, my understanding was that he likely was taken into custody yesterday. I would just ask that we adjourn the PCC and I will figure out where he is and let the court know in case a writ needs to be done.
Do you think 1 week will be sufficient, or would you like to
If
go
we could
further?
do that the 8th, just because I'm in trial, and then March 8th is really my next available date.
Understood. March 8th at
10:15.
At 10:15, that will be in number 3 with Judge Green.
Thank you. And I'm ready on McDay whenever the court is.
Give me 1 second. This is 220836FY. This is State of Michigan versus DeAndre McDay. May I have your appearance, please?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. I'm with Kazak People.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. DeAndre McDay, who joins us via Zoom from Team Jefferson. Mr. McDay, please state your name.
DeAndre McDay, reporting from Team Jefferson East.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. McGrady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're requesting to set a preliminary exam on this date, on this case rather, and if the court is available, that March 22nd date.
At 2:30.
March 22nd, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. That's live here in number 1 at the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not for the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. McGrady, there had been, it looks like maybe a chat that Mr. McDay sent to Marianne indicating that he wanted to speak frankly about his relationship with treatment. This court advised him not to say anything until he had an opportunity to speak to you. And Mr. Day, what I'll say to you is between now and the time that you appear on March the 22nd at 2:30 p.m., you'll have a conversation with Mr. McGrady. If there's something you need to convey to the court, I'm happy to receive it from you at that date on that time, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
And nothing
you.
else
I
from
will see
defense.
you. Thank you. Oh, Mr. McDay has some outstanding fines and costs and some unrelated matters that you can take up at another time, okay?
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. McGrady, have a good day. Thanks for your patience.
You as well. Thank you for your patience. Mr. McDay, I'll come see you at Team Jefferson soon, okay?
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome.
The last thing we have, Mr. Fufi and Mr. Kazak, is Mr. Tuttle's case that is scheduled at 10:30. Oh, Mr. Tuttles, I knew if I said his name out loud, he'd pop up, and here comes Ms. Black right in.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I am super. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, busy as usual. So when I'm busy, I'm fine.
This is 210155 SM State of Michigan versus Tila Black. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio D. Tuttles, on behalf of my client, that is one Miss Tila Black, who is physically not present in your courtroom. However, Miss Black is present via Zoom. Miss Black, can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, Heather must have grabbed her.
Because I just got off the phone with Miss Black and gave her this number again. But what
That's
we
okay. She's in with her. The clerks are verifying her information, Mr. Tuttles. I'm bringing her back out because I can see that you're moving between A and B, but we'll get her pulled back out.
Okay. And what we're doing for the court's edification, we are getting another date because the matter in Wayne County has been resolved, but my client unfortunately missed her court date yesterday, so she'll be in court tomorrow just to remove the capias, but it's been resolved.
Ms. Black, turn your video on. State your name for the record, ma'am.
Tila Black.
Ms. Black, does your phone number still in 4092?
Yes,
Are you still on Pierce?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Tuttles, this court's only concern is that this case has been pending for 2.5 years now. So how long of an adjournment were you looking for?
So she'll take a plea tomorrow. She'll take a plea tomorrow. Then they have to set a I might ask for an immediate sentencing because it's been reduced to a misdemeanor. But I don't know if the judge is going to agree. If the judge does not agree to an immediate sentence, then she'll have one more date to come back in about 30 days to do the sentencing. But if she does agree with the immediate sentence, then she'll be sentenced tomorrow when she takes the plea. And then in that situation, we only need 2 weeks.
But you won't know until tomorrow.
I won't know until tomorrow.
So we should put this matter over a minimum of 3 weeks.
I would agree with that.
1, 2, 3 puts us on March the 1st with Judge Oakley.
March the 1st with Judge Oakley. Okay.
At 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock. Okay, that's 3-1 at 10 with Judge Oakley.
Yes,
I got
sir.
that. I got that, John.
That's an in-person pretrial.
Okay.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Not the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Tuttles?
No, Your Honor. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Ms.
the
Black,
point.
March 1st with Judge Oakley. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you, Mr. Tuttles. My apology.
Oh, no, my apology for interrupting you. Go ahead. I got the date, March 1 at 10 o'clock with Judge Oakley. I was just saying I appreciate the court's indulgence with my calendar.
Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Tuttles. Have a good afternoon.
Likewise, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And this court will now stand in recess until its first exam at 11:30. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judge.
Heather just told me there's someone in your waiting room.
It's the victim on that case that we just adjourned. Mike or Rima, can you guys go in your waiting room and talk to that victim and maybe explain to them, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Mayor, am I good to go?
Heck, yeah, thank you so much for your help. I appreciate it.
You are welcome.
I know you KP is somebody, but I'm not sure who.
It wasn't, oh, let me look here. Well, final pretrial 3/8.
For Wells?
Yeah.
3/8.
Yeah, remove.
What about Terrell Ford?
Yep, so here's the, let's see. Terrell Ford was adjourned PCC to 3/8/23.
So they can review discovery or something?
Yes, yeah, these are all discovery. I mean, that's all the adjournments.
Do we need to send that? Because it says NDS, it doesn't.
Yeah, digital stuff has to get sent. So they so I have to send follow-up emails to the OICs for the digital materials.
And then Amber Rich.
Amber Rich is exam on 3/22/23.
3/22. All right, I'll send subpoenas on that.
Rich, what did I put? And that's at 12:30.
All right, I'll send that subpoena.
3/4/2. Denhart is set for adjourn PCC on 3/8. Again, also needs digital discovery.
Okay. You're gonna send the OIC the follow-up?
Yep.
How do you know who the attorney is on that one?
So everybody's ready means everybody in the courtroom, right? Everybody's ready means everybody in the courtroom, right? No, that's clearly not what it means. Brooks has one job to do. Well, I'm here. What? Nothing.
Oh.
Were you supposed to do something? Nah, that's the story. This is 220684FY, State of Michigan versus David Michael Peterson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Read my proof on behalf of the people, PA2800.
And good morning, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, on behalf of Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson's not here today, Your Honor. All the contact information I have for him is out of service. But I did see a note on the ROA that he called into the court and the court advised him of today's court date. But he's not here as of.
Judge, we do have 2 officer witnesses in the courtroom. We are ready to proceed. At this time, people ask for a case.
Thank you. This court's policy is calling cases 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. This exam was scheduled at 11:30. It is now 11:46 by this court's clock. Court will note for the record that when this matter was scheduled back on November 23rd, 2022, the defendant was present. The date, time, and location of this exam would have been stated to him at least 3 times. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue in this matter. 5,000, 10%. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Attorney Hamilton? Thank you. This court will stand in recess until our next exam, which is scheduled at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Officers, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Maybe Jamie can help us.
Yes, I'm gonna help you. As long as Ken's not asking me. Let's go look at it.
It's not in the elevator, it's after you get out.
Okay.
At the bottom.
Let's go look.
We have a couple more exams, one of them, if we want to be, whole, so we just have a couple more.
Just when you're big,
No, I think like when you're, it's always
been,
needs that kind of sports. I mean, all the.
Everybody's nice.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what makes a difference.
Yeah.
That's stuff. Well, no, there's a few district courts too that, I think it depends on the district.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, if you get a tense judge, who's always tense, I think it's always tense.
So I love the one of the building.
Yeah, it was medical foundation. Have you seen that? They're doing something to do with what?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they do.
Something to do with some governmental agency.
Report, district court down session.
Judge will have a conference later.
I'm gonna write him up. I'm telling you, that's.
We're on the record.
This is 220741 FD, State of Michigan versus Christopher Wojciechowski. Here-
I'm sorry, good morning. We're here on behalf of the defendant Christopher Wojciechowski, who is standing to my right.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Christopher Clark Wojciechowski.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Is the prosecution ready to proceed?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, it appears that our office neglected to send out subpoenas to the officers. I did check with the officer in charge. He did not give notification for today's court date. Obviously, that's our oversight, Your Honor. I'm not sure how it happened, but it happened. So I would ask the court's indulgence for an adjournment. I understand that Mr. Wojciechowski has a right to preliminary examination in a timely fashion. I would ask for the adjournment given the, as I don't think it would necessarily prejudice him, given he's currently out of custody, at the time period the case has been pending. So I would ask for an adjournment to allow us to have the officer present, Your Honor. However, I understand that's not possible.
Judge, it is a date and time set for the preliminary exam. My client's here on the officer. I think I know this, that's what I told. So I will move to dismiss without prejudice and legally final.
Thank you. Were you going to say something else, sir?
No, Your Honor, again, I don't believe we sent out notification to the officers, rather than beyond the prosecutor in this case.
This matter having been scheduled for 12 o'clock, it now being 12:26 by this court's clock, prosecution being unable to proceed without the officer present. This case is dismissed without prejudice. Mr. Wojciechowski's bond had been a personal bond. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Duncan?
No, Judge, thank
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
you. Thank you, Judge.
Are you here to see me or are you here on a case? You may approach if you're going to show me a picture. Thanks.
I have a case and I wanted to show you.
Because you have it, I know.
10 months again.
What time is it?
We haven't took the 10 months.
Are you still on midnight?
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Still midnight.
Oh, he's adorable. Everybody good to go? He's good, wife's good?
Everybody's great. Everybody's great. How's everything with you? Everything
Wonderful.
good?
Haven't been down to Huron lately, but I saw Yono maybe a month ago and I asked about you, asked how you were doing. That, like I said, I haven't seen you, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's good if I'm not in court. I mean, he's still doing good, so
Okay.
I know my case in front of you, but if I don't see you, nice seeing you.
Good to see you, sir.
All right, take care. Sonia's spot? Or,
No, Sonia does DV. I do everything else.
oh. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
No, but I have seen people in my office freaking out.
He's crazy.
I mean, someone was like, my client needs pants so he doesn't get put in the lockup.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I had my victim yesterday, he's homeless, so he doesn't have clothes, and he started yelling at me, going, if you want me, if you can't dress yourself, I'll dress you, I'll make sure that we dress you in green. And then afterwards, I'm like, Judge, this guy's homeless, like, what do you expect him to do, walk in with like a tie and a shirt? He's like, well, a little notification would have helped. I'm like, I'm gonna come and notify you every time, like, a person, like, is it necessary for you to make that whole scene?
yeah.
You know?
See, I hit my elbow on something. That was gonna be a big bruise there. This is 194204 FY, State of Michigan versus Paul Anthony Palumbo. Your appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Yafuzi on behalf of the people, PA 2800.
Good afternoon, Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107 on behalf of Mr. Palumbo. Mr. Palumbo is not here today, Your Honor. I have reached out to him multiple times and received no response.
People move for a case, and for the record, we do have our witness here.
This in-person preliminary examination was scheduled at 12:30. The last time the parties appeared on this matter was by Zoom on December 28th, at which time the court would have provided the date, time, and location of this exam to the defendant at least 3 times. It now being 12:48 by the court's clock, defendant having failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue in this matter, 5,010%. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant? Thank you. That concludes this matter. Attorney Hamilton, you're also our next at 1 o'clock.
Yep, yeah, 1 o'clock, 1:30. I'm rooting for this one.
You know what, I will look because I am. He called and he was standing in front of. It's not that it matters, but I am, it's difficult. I'll say I'm 50% certain. Oh, maybe not.
Just Mr. Peterson.
Patterson?
Peterson.
Peterson.
He said he called in and he was told by the court that it was at 1:30.
Patterson is at 1:30, so we need to retrieve the Peterson, but Peterson, the two officers were here and released, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm in the right case, okay. Thank you. Well, that's a two-part thing because it's, okay, well, yeah.
We looked him up today and it says he's there, but there's no information.
Yeah.
Just his name.
Yeah, and I know I've seen him in person. I saw him January 10th, and he was in person trying to take care of my case. Yeah, that's my problem too, is trying to find him. Michael Smith, great.
Right.
Yeah. See if he's incarcerated somewhere.
This is 201520 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Michael Smith. Your appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Relax on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107 on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is not here today, Your Honor. I've reached out to him a number of times and have not received any communication back. The Wayne County Jail System is saying that he is in the system, but it doesn't provide any additional information. It's a little unclear if he's in custody right now.
For 201520, there is a bond receipt stapled in the file, which was why the court believed that he had posted and should be available.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm handling a case from as well in a different district court, and I met with him in person on January 10th, so I know that he had indeed posted bond and was out, but the system does say that he has a booking date with no additional information, so there's a chance he's in Wayne County again, but I'm not quite sure where he is.
I looked yesterday, I saw the same information, but Ms. Shafufi,
People move for cases, Your Honor.
based on the fact that the defendant has failed to appear this afternoon in 1520, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Ms. Hamilton, of course, if you receive information that indicates that he is not available through no fault of his own, be in communication with Mary Ann and we'll work to get this matter rescheduled. Thank you. The other file, which was 210261 FY, again, the State of Michigan versus Michael Smith. I have your appearances. This case was scheduled at 1:30 for in-person examination. My policy is typically 15 minutes after the scheduled start time, but in as much as the attorneys are the same, the issues most likely the same. So you understand the court will keep peace in this matter as well?
Yes.
Yes, Your
Unless
Honor.
there's something different. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're welcome. Case scheduled at 1:30 is 1:36 by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. Bench warrant 5,010%. If Attorney Hamilton finds some information that suggests that Mr. Smith's failure to appear this afternoon is not due to anything that he is not attributable to him, the court will, of course, not enter the warrant. I'm sorry, this is the other part, and get the matter rescheduled. This is now Mr. Peterson 220684 FY State of Michigan versus David Michael Peterson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Remax on behalf of people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, on behalf of Mr. Peterson, who's in the courtroom.
Thank you. This case was originally called at 11:46 a.m. It was scheduled at 11:30. At the time the case was first called, the court made the record clearly that Mr. Peterson was present back on November 23rd, 2022, when the court scheduled the matter for in-person exam at February 8th at 11:30 a.m. Notice would have been mailed to him with that same information. Off the record, before the case was called, Mr. Peterson advised that he contacted the court and thought that the exam was scheduled at a different time. Ms. Yafufi.
Your Honor, we did have police officers present, and they have been released since then. But if the court would like us to recall them and hold the exam or waive the exam, that goes back to the defense counsel.
Your Honor, we've asked that the board be withdrawn in this matter to that, if possible, we would like to hold a preliminary exam, if possible, to schedule for another date to notify the officers with time.
The officers were here. We are now 2 hours past the time that the case was originally called. I can't imagine that Ms. Yafufi will be able to get them back here in a reasonable amount of time, given that this court also already has a 2 p.m. and a 2:30 p.m. exam, which, fingers crossed, people will appear and we will actually hold them or enter formal waivers. Our next exam date is not until, I think, March the 29th. We should have I think it's 11:30, but Mary Ann's going to grab the calendar. Don't say that. Because then at 11:45, when I'm looking for you. Oh, that's what I thought, 11:30. The warrant was never entered because the file had not been processed as of yet, so there's no reason to recall that. But we will reset the live preliminary examination for March the 29th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m. Back here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant? Mr. Peterson, a notice will be mailed to you, but again, it's March the 29th at 11:30 a.m. back here if you fail to appear at that date.
I apologize. I thought it was kind of weird that it was 1:30 anyway, like it was later, but I could have sworn that's what she said.
I appreciate that, and thank you for coming in to get that explained and cleared up and reset. So I'll see you at the end of next month, okay?
Thank you.
Take care. So 2 o'clock with Mr. Mike Grady. The court will stand in recess until that time.
She definitely knows some months ago. It's very nice.
It is, I like it.
What's the last name of the party? Your last name? Patterson.
Technically, no, there's three, like, wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And also like, here,
yeah,
and also other people. There's a few people that are.
yeah. You should write Ken Worthy a letter.
You have this copy.
Yes.
Where's our pizza?
Yeah. You know where it is.
It's not. Please rise. This report is now in session. Honorable Lisa M. Martin, present.
You may be seated. This is 220732FY, State of Michigan versus Larry Patterson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Read my approval on behalf of the people. And good afternoon, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P 83667, on behalf of Mr. Larry Patterson, who's with us in the courtroom. Mr. Patterson, will you please state your name?
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, there's gonna be a dismissal in part and then a waiver in part. For the FA on Stephanie Williams and the FF that goes with that FA, the people are unable to proceed because the complainant does not wish to move forward.
The defense would move to dismiss count 3 relating to Ms. Stephanie Williams, as well as the felony firearm attached to that.
And I believe the defense will be waiving on the remainder of the charges.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to talk to your attorney, Mr. Mott Grady, regarding your rights this afternoon in the preliminary examination.
Yes.
You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter, where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe you're involved in the commission of that crime. And after having that conversation with your attorney, you wish to waive your right to have that examination? And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive that exam?
No.
I passed the file down to your attorney sheet. There's a place for her to sign indicating that you're waiving the exam and it's freely and voluntarily given. You'll sign it as well, and then the prosecutor will sign that she has no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, both counts 3 and 6 were dismissed, is that correct?
Is it 3 and 6 or 3 and 4? That's what I was looking through the file trying to.
I don't think the felony firearms are
Thank you.
necessarily, they're not specified
They're-
which they attach to, so.
What I was going to say is once the file came back to me, I'm indicating on, I'm sorry, Mr. McGrady, I was flipping through the file urgently because I didn't think they were specifically delineated. And because 4 follows 3, I thought it made more sense. So what we will do in this matter is the fully executed waiver is back. And Mr. Patterson, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for an arraignment on the information that will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on February 22nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. And will indicate that the bind over is as to counts 1, 2, 5, and 6. And indicate that counts 3 and 4 are dismissed. 1, 2, 5, and 6 on the bind over, dismissal as to 3 and 4. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi, before the court signs the bind over?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. McGrady?
Nothing from defense, thank you.
Mr. Patterson, inasmuch as there's nothing else, your bond with any conditions will remain in effect until the matter is resolved in circuit court, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Judge.
Oh, don't tease.
That means put a fire under your court office you're in.
Oh, speaking of fires, why does the back hall smell like cooked food?
Cook food?
Doesn't it?
Does it smell like old pizza?
Oh, I forget it's Wednesday. Thank you. Never mind. Oh, wow.
I was doing security surveillance.
Good job.
I felt safer, didn't you?
All right, what's gonna happen in this last
I have a feeling. 8, 3, 6, 6, 7. See, there's a couple of factors that we have to consider. So we will open the file. We will see who the prosecuting, okay, we'll see who the defense attorney is. We'll see counts. We'll look out in the hallway, see Officer Brooks coming back inside. No, because the defendant's not supposed to be zooming in. Why is the defendant zooming in?
She, I guess her son's in the emergency room, 8-year-old with seizures.
So we're adjourning the exam?
Oh, I don't know. They're all coming in.
Ms. Yafufi's here, so if Miss,
Ms. Rush in the hallway is supposed to be a key. But her client, I think, is in the hospital or.
let's go, chop chop. Sorry. Listen, I'm working for you. All that I do is for you. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am super.
So my client, had a family.
220437 FY State of Michigan versus Brandy Davis. You have your appearances first, and then we'll get into the meat of that conversation.
Absolutely.
But Ms. Yafufi is distracted.
Sorry, Judge.
No, your detective is overwhelmingly captivating. I understand how
You were
that
just telling me
happens.
how you're the
I'm
best.
sorry, you know, the last time I was in your courtroom, Your Honor, I did something that I don't know what it was. And here I am screwing up again.
You're not screwing up. It's, you're not screwing up at all. It's been the typical Wednesday, but everybody got lunch today, so I consider that a good thing. You're going to put your appearance on.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Rush, number 85828, appearing on behalf of Brandy Davis.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Hufi on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the in-person preliminary examination in this matter. Ms. Brush, you were starting to say your client.
Yes, my client did plan on being here in person. We were about to arrange a ride for her this morning, and her son had an emergency. He's in the hospital. He's 8 years old. So she needed to be at the hospital, and she was waiting for her child's father to show up, and he has not shown up. So I was just on the phone with her. She was very concerned about missing this date. I told her that she could zoom in if needed. Because we do have a resolution in this case.
Here's my concern. The last time we were here on January 4th, the officers weren't available. The court adjourned the exam. If you have an 8-year-old that you have now been in the hospital with for the better part of the day, this might not be the best time to take the plea. She's not here. She's not zoomed in. My policy is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. So we can do one of two things. I'm happy to put you over to next week if it is in fact going to be a plea, and we'll do it on our Wednesday state day. If you are going to hold, we'd have to put it over to our next available date, which is March 29th. So plea next Wednesday or exam March 29th.
Let's do plea next Wednesday.
Okay.
Let me just make sure.
And I will look at next week to see. I'm looking, don't go anywhere. I'll work for you. We didn't have anything. Oh, don't. Well, if it's a plea, I'll put it in. Let's see who's not likely to show up or show up on time, and we'll stick it in there. The two of you, I'm telling you. Oh,
And I will be here in front of you next week anyway, so that works.
what time do you know?
12:30 at prelim.
So. Wait a minute. If we put Miss Davis's plea at that same time at noon, and if you want her to, if she wants to zoom in, or if that's how you want to do it with her, versus having somebody drive out here to take the plea, you tell me how you want to do it, and we'll.
Okay, yeah, we can zoom in.
If she's available, great. But if she can't for some reason, because you'll be here, so I don't. So what I'll indicate in the file is we're adjourning the exam to 2/15/2023 at 12:30 p.m. Possible plea. And the reason that the court offered for Ms. Davis to zoom in is that you started your comment this afternoon by saying you were arranging a ride. And I'd rather transportation not be an impediment to resolving the case. So if in-person is going to be possible, I'll put live in the file, but if she is going to zoom in, just let us know when you get here for the exam. And we'll get the file pulled and take care of it that way. Anything else
No,
on
Your
behalf of
Honor,
the people?
No, nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Davis?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I believe that does in fact finally conclude this court's docket for the day. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much. But you know what? Because any other time, everybody's holding, and we're going to 3:30.